So first things first is that this board is going to be sold through Click Clack, and it's pretty pricey. It starts off at $549, and so there's two styles. There's a space, right, which starts at $549, but then you can get winter, and they have this listed as $1,239. I don't know how accurate that price is, but that's what they have listed on their website. So, yeah. That's what we're working with. Alright, you guys ready? Let's just go into it. First of all, here is the case. Ooh. Got the nice Noir. This is the case we're working with. Yeah, I've had this briefcase in my room for a little bit. But yeah, it is big. Alright. So then, is that oil? Who knows? Okay. Alright. Boom. This is the keyboard we are working with. That's all hair. It's all dog and cat hair. But these are keyboards. Right. This is a keyboard. Okay, so I'm gonna take this out real quick. Is it EC? No, it's not. So this is the case that you get everything in, right? This one, there's like a key. Oh. There's this key fob, but I don't know what it's for. And this actually lifts up for everything that you need in here. And you just take everything out. Right? And then we can put this back in. Oh yeah, it actually is just for the case. If you want to lock the case, you can. Like, you can see how it's turned. Yeah, you can actually just lock it. Yeah, so it comes with the key for the case. You could leave it, and then you can lock your keyboard case so no one will steal it, right? Surely. No one would steal this big black suitcase. Mysterious suitcase. What if you stole it and then inside was a keyboard? Would you be disappointed? I mean, oh, maybe you guys aren't the right people to ask, but, you know. Okay. So here is the big chonky. Ooh. So there is a IC page for this in case you guys wanted to look at that. I will link it right here. But essentially these are sound domes is what they're calling it. Sound domes. But this is the front. I'm kind of scared to turn it over. This is the back. Pretty cool back. I live in fear so my custom IEMs, I paid so much for them, worthless to everyone else. Yeah, I definitely feel that. I bring my IEMs on trips with me too. And they look really cool. And I'm afraid someone might steal it, but then it would be like worthless to them. You kind of have to be careful with how you hold this, but basically, hold on, my cat. Let me feed them really quick, because now that I think about it, they haven't been fed. Yeah. Okay, so basically this one, so on the IC page it says it has 6 sets of suspension, 2 sets of magnets. And then basically when you look up top, so this is what they mean by Lucas suspension, is that it kind of looks like spider legs, right? Lucas's spider is, I guess, an animated character. So it's called the Lucas suspension system, right? And basically, everything that you see with the board is supposed to provide a soft bounce that's separated from the inner structure and placed on the outer side. Magnetic suspension is used as a primary method of elastic feedback. So it uses a total of 6 elastic arms, so 3 on each side. They're set at different angles, which stabilizes the magnetic field's effective range. Holy moly. Basically, while they're trying to do like magnetic suspension gasket, but they're also trying to create the illusion that the keyboard itself is just like suspended. Like, and they've kind of achieved that, like if you look here, right? It's, so this is supposed to create the illusion of that this is basically like floating. But essentially it's supposed to affect the consistency of sound. So basically avoid any like hardware or like metal to metal contact that you would see. And then it's also supposed to be visually appealing as well. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot here. And we'll just look at it. But basically there's 2 different colorways and we have the standard colorway. It is, if you look at it, oh, that's weird. Kind of like goes up and down. Do you see this? I kind of like just how giga weird it is, yeah. So looking at the top, this is a 75%. You do have this macro column right here. Let's see, what do I have? 75% with a little column right here. You can get a wrist rest for it. Default, it comes with, I want to say an FR4 plate is what I saw. Yeah, so default plate is going to be FR4, and then this does have tri-mode connectivity, so you can do this wireless. It uses the mount, and the mount is Lucas suspension system, so it's proprietary. Kind of crazy. I don't have the wrist rest, and I don't have, so it's supposed to, you're able to get a wrist rest and a custom USB cable, but I don't have those. I do have the FR4 plate right here, and then I have the PCB right here. But yeah, that's just the basics from the product page. And also, there's actually supposed to be glass right here. right? So this is what we're looking at. I think they mentioned that this was tempered glass. Let's see. So they chose not to use acrylic or polycarbonate, which can turn yellow over time, and they instead opted for an ultra clear tempered glass with optical properties, basically to make it transparent while avoiding like yellowing or discoloration, and also while still being transparent. So I do have the glass panels right here. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is the tempered glass, and it would then cover up this suspension like this. So this is not exposed. This is actually going to be covered with glass. So this is not covered, and then this is covered. Yeah, so pretty cool. This board is like very futuristic looking. It's a lot different from, I guess, the cutesy boards I'm normally building. I love cute boards, but today we're building a funky futuristic board. But yeah, let's just look at it. So here's the top. It's very heavy. It's super heavy. Like, let's weigh it. Well, they're both like space themed, so I could see that. Okay, so we're gonna do freedom units first. Oh god. So unbuilt 7 pounds, 13.4 ounces. And then swapping, it's 3 kgs. Okay. So pretty hefty board. So here is the top. So 75% layout. The F row is exploded out, but the arrows are closer to the board. This is kind of a weird 75% layout. They kind of went for like the 3 keys and the 3 keys on the side like this. Your Desmet really comments on board. Here you can see like the legs and the suspension. And then this is I'm guessing this is going to light up. So you have this part that lights up, and then you have this neat badge right here. And then I'm gonna try to be careful with this, but here's the side of the board. Whoa. So this does protrude out from, I guess, the bottom case. So it's like this whole thing was just like shifted down a little bit. But you can see this case is like splattered, so it kind of looks like that space finish, like that nebula star finish. Here is the back. The back is really cool. So not only do you have the 2 badges that have like the intricate designs, but just looking at this bottom piece that keeps it suspended up top, it's not even like, it doesn't even encompass the whole bottom. It's just, it just looks like landing pads. But if you look right here, so this is the front lip part, you can see there's, so it looks like there's a gap right in between here. So that's what kind of creates the illusion of it being suspended. But yeah, pretty crazy. It's not just a solid bottom. Like the bottom piece is machined out so that you have a large cavity in the middle. And here you can see like the USB port is right there with the two fancy badges. And then here is like a cubby for the spacebar that rests in it. And then looking at the USB port side, as you can see right there. So you got a landing dock for the USB port. And then from this, it looks like the bottom piece is going to be solid, but then whenever you actually look in the front, it's actually, there's a lot of space down there, for sure. Pretty neat, right? Pretty crazy. Ugh. But that is this. And yeah, this is bouncy. So it goes both ways, right? All right. That is the case itself. So I've actually opened this, but there's essentially 3 screws here that will remove this accent piece. And then there are 2 screws right here keeping this piece in. There's multiple screws that I'm not quite sure what it is for yet, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, let's just open it first. These actually use the store. So we're gonna find the star. This one? Okay. Does it come in pink? Oh man, I wish. I think it would match my Kirby a bit more, right? So let's deconstruct this side first. So as I mentioned earlier, there's the 3 screws that keep this like accent piece on. Come back. So you see we could just take this piece off. That's what it looks like. It has like the chamfers, the shiny chamfers, so it really catches the light really well when it reflects, as you can see. Ooh. So we have that. And then here you can kind of see the suspension that's been hidden underneath by that. So there are a couple more screws. So there's 4. So here's one. Two, 3, 4. So this is another piece that will just need my tweezers. Oh, another accent piece there. And then here you can see it's starting to come undone, right? So let me remove this side as well. So essentially it's latched, it looks like it's latched in, like these 2 sides are latched in, and you have to take off these pieces to then pull it out, because this bar right here holds it in place. I actually think you might not even need to take this piece off, but let me see. Let me double check before I say anything. Yeah, I actually had to watch a video of this Chinese person unboxing theirs and taking it apart to understand what I was doing. Okay, so let's see. Ooh! Yep, and there it is. So you actually don't even need to take this accent piece off. You can just keep it on. It's mostly taking off. So here you can see the suspension. So this is a wheel. So you can see the 3 suspensions right here. 1, 2, 3, right? And then basically there's this bar or these like prongs on the side of this, on this piece that are being held. So watch this. So you would put it in like this. You can see how it kind of just like fits into place. And then this piece that had the 4 screws has this bar that basically holds it in place. Or it's this way. So by having this bar right here, that's what secures it down, so you don't have to worry about it. So you don't actually have to remove this piece, but then you can remove these 2 pieces and you're good. So let me screw these back on before I forget. I'm definitely going to forget. Okay. And then this last one goes right here. So the TLDR is to take this apart, you essentially need to take off the 4 screws that are keeping these down, and then you're good. So a total of 8 screws. But then once you've done that, put this on my lap real quick. Once you've done that, then you can lift this up. Whoa! Whoa! So looking at the bottom case, so it's interesting because the bottom case is essentially where all the mountings are, right? Rather than being on, say, like this mid piece being responsible for it, or this top piece, whatever. Hi, Matt. So here you can see the suspensions right here, and then you can actually lift these up. Like you see how these are anchored down? You can actually lift these up if you need, for whatever reason. But these are spinny, like these rotate. And then you have 3 right here, 3 right here, so a total of 6. And then these little grooves, they actually have like these silicone or poron sheets. And I'm guessing so that if you happen to type very hard and the case makes if the top piece makes contact with the bottom piece, they do have these poron gaskets to avoid that, like a clinking sound. But yeah, so the keyboard, from what it looks like, it rests on these 6 right here. I have no clue what this is, these, so I'm gonna open it. I'd like to think, so this is how I'm visualizing it. This is like the landing pad for your spaceship. And then your spaceship just like, okay, I'm taking off, leaves. And it's like, okay, I'm coming back. It flies back in here into the landing station, lands right here. And then they all come and like secure it in so the spaceship doesn't float away. That's kind of how I'm envisioning it right now, but yeah. This is basically just a landing pad for your keyboard. Whoa. Okay. So, this is where the magnetic is. So you have this, which is the suspension. So when you type on it, it basically like bounces back. But right here is where, I don't know if you guys could see that, but this part is the magnetic part. So I kind of see what they mean by like the, how are they referring to this mounting? Lucas suspension, did they mention the magnets? anyway. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So these are the 6 suspensions, and then these are the 2 sets of magnets that we're working with. I don't know if anyone else felt the same way, but when I first looked at this product page, I was very confused. The magnets on this is pretty strong, so actually as I'm trying to like unscrew these, the magnets are pushing my screw away. Okay, so this is the magnet cover, right? But then the actual magnets are going to be right here. So I don't know if you can see that. But these are the 2 magnets. Ugh. So they're actually held down by this cover piece right here. And it's 4 screws. Oh man. I hope I put these in the right way. Now that I'm thinking about it. Did I flip them by chance? Perchance? I think we're okay. Yeah. I mean, the keyboard is taken off right now. Once it's ready to land, we'll put it back. Yeah. But, so here are... So once again, these are the suspension systems. And then these are the 2 magnets that basically help push it back up, right? On top of this, also pushing it up. Neat. Crazy. And I think I understand what they mean now when they say that it's basically they tried to avoid like any like metal to metal contact by making this like suspended as the way it is. And then by creating this gap right here, right? That's like one less like piece of metal that you have to worry about it resonating with. And then with the way that the case is designed, it does look like it's floating. So the keyboard is the spaceship, and the bottom piece is like the space station. Also, this is going to be slightly elevated from what I see. Boy, I just hope I installed this correctly. And then it's cool because look, the USB port has its own like little entryway. That's a big USB hole. This thing is huge. They could have made just like a small one, but they did a big entryway for it. But yeah, so let's look at this separate piece. So this is where the keyboard part would be. And then it looks like, yeah, so we actually saw this at the bottom. This is part of the keyboard case itself. Cool. I wonder if you could just use this as a standalone. I wonder. So it does use like the ribbon cable, as you can see right there. So here's the top. It has more foam right here, or more gaskets, I guess, to prevent it if it ever were to shake enough to hit that top piece. Oh, and let's look. For Stephen Cheese. Got a little dedicated thing right here. Stephen Cheese. And these things, I don't know if you guys noticed these like domes, they go up and down. Whoa. Whoa. Let's see. Yeah, they move too. So it looks like for the case, has the 4 screws on the back. So let's remove those. These screws are so tiny! Very small. Okay, let's see. Ooh, okay. So we have removed it. Can I get a good keyboard build for around $500? Yes. You can. What am I looking at here? It's our spaceship and our space station. Duh. Hi, Zai. Methinks I have maybe done this wrong. No, it's fine. Can you build me a keyboard? Yeah, I can. If you have an idea of what you want. So here is the top piece. So here you have the acrylic cover for the shine through. And then here you have the magnets. Magnets here, I'm guessing these are for this badge. Yeah, this badge is actually removable. And if you look, it's kind of like a incline badge. So it is supposed to stick out. And this has the 2 magnets on the back. And you can see how this has the 2 magnets on the back. So this is a magnetic badge. Boop. The acrylic cover is screwed in right there. So it has the 2. But yeah, pretty simple top piece, all things considered. And here are the sound domes. So it says sound domes, Noland N1. And yeah, these do also move as well. Let's take this apart as well. I feel like I might regret this. I feel like all these individual pieces might just fall out on me. Time to see. Okay, these screws are much longer than the previous. I like the vintage style IBM keyboard Model M. Are you looking for like that aesthetic, or do you want like an actual like vintage style one? These screws are interesting. Look. Ooh. Oxy, what the heck? Business, yeah. So for these sound domes, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 screws keeping these all down. Why do I seriously feel like I'm gonna regret taking this apart. I feel it in my bones. Oh boy. Okay. Whoa. So this is just a sheet. There is, yeah. Are these each pieces? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, we don't want to do that. Basically, these are all held in place by this foam right here. If you look at that. I mean, I guess I could. Oh my god. I'm going to regret this. These are the sound domes. And there's the battery. Oh, interesting. Okay, so... God, where do I put this? I feel like I'm building Topra right now. You have to be careful. So check this out. So you have these covers basically keeping these sound domes in place like this, but the sound domes are resting on this foam piece. And then here is where you would find the battery, right? And then you have this large daughter board which has the battery, the ribbon cable, the USB port, and then here's where the magnets are inside of the board, right? So these magnets and these magnets interact to kind of like push it up. So that's what we're working with. Yeah, this is MX. Yeah. So basically when you're typing on this, right, not only do you have the magnets like pushing back, but then you also have the suspension mount. So you can see this. You also have the suspension mount and magnets keeping it up. Tippity tappity. Okay. Let me put this all back before I make a mistake. Show the plate then? I will. Let me screw this one back on. This one's a little weird. Okay, so where's all my screws here? Hello, Finn. Hello. How are you doing? Nice. I was outside too, talking to Lydia today. We chatted a little bit. She had to pick up some stuff from me, so. Hey, hello, bros. Really? Yeah, I didn't, I didn't get to try it when I was in New York. I should have. I'm going back to New York at the end of July for another keyboard meetup. And I'll be back the day pre-patch. No, not necessarily. There's just meetups, and I have a lot of friends there, so I go there. I'm going to Boston. Boston like the second week, and then New York the last week. Okay. So here is the FR4 plate. What the? What am I looking at you? Okay, here's the plate. It is very, very interesting. This is a very futuristic plate for sure. There's a lot going on. Okay, so essentially this corner part is blocked off because you have the... Wait, is this the right way? It's this way. This way. Okay. So here you can see this is blocked off because there's no key here. This is blocked off because no key here. It has the branding. This is actually cut off because you have the light that will shine through right here. This is essentially looking like a skeleton plate, except a very fancy style skeleton plate. You can see they've made cuts like diagonally rather than doing like the straight across. And there's just very interesting cross sections here and there. Like you can see right here, they've made like gaps. Super interesting plate. But at the end of the day, it's just basically a skeleton plate. A very fancy skeleton plate. What the... Okay, so that's the FR4, and it does come with foam. And then here I have the PCB. So the PCB is actually looking a little bit more normal. PCB looks like there's no flex cuts, which is good. It is hot swap, the one I have. But even like the traces right here follow like the same theme. Oh, so here are the LED lights. You can see it's in a diagonal. So it looks like this is just a set layout. It's hot swap, but it's a set layout. Don't really have a choice, but that's okay. And it looks like it's also per key RGB. Here is where the ribbon cable would go in, and I don't see an actual reset button, but the only thing to note is that there is this one cut right here, right underneath the spacebar. Yeah. Neat. Neat. Okay. What is this? Oh, this is another PCB. In case I wanted it, I guess. Alright, and then here we saw already, but this is the tempered glass. Yeah, so tempered glass. So lots of things to unpack here. But basically, if you're just now joining in, this is an MX build, believe it or not. These are like the sound domes, and these are resting on a bed of foam. but these actually do go up and down. The magnets, so there's two sets of magnets. There's two on the bottom and then two inside of this case, right? So you have the magnets that are right here. So right here. And then the magnets for this case are right here. And this, the magnetic force basically keeps it like floating up, right? And then on top of that, in case like the magnets aren't strong enough, you also have these suspension, right? You have these that are rollers, and this basically also keeps up with any like tactile feedback that you would get. So yeah, these go up and down, and then they also spin as well. Yeah, cool. Okay, let's build it. What do you guys say? Let's build. Okay. Sure, why not? Yeah. Okay, let's do stabilizers. Oh wait, before I forget, socials. You have this like super futuristic looking keyboard, and then boom, pink Kirby. Boom. What happened in your connections today? What do you mean? What do you mean? I still got it, okay? There was like a lot of categories that I thought it could be. Some of them were very close to each other, alright? I know, everyone got like a one shot. No! What if I didn't solve it, okay? I solved it though. That's the thing. Oh wait, you guys didn't see my Wordle. I did a conventional Wordle thing, and I still got it though. My Wordle was confusing AF. I'm sure if I showed you guys, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with this chick? This is what? Yeah, so I got some of the letters, but then there was like too many words. So I actually started, instead of using the letters that I already knew, I used two random words to basically clear out the rest of the letters just so I could see. So yeah. Well, there was just so many words, and I literally could not think of it because the one thing I got was T. I got the letter T, and then I got the letter E, and I was like, okay, this is fucked. This is fucked. So I started guessing random words to narrow it down. And then I didn't even know what the word meant. Like, I had to go to Connor and be like, Connor, what does this mean? And he's like, oh. Yeah, I wonder if I can still see my Wordle. Can you guys link it? What happened? Can you guys see this? Oh, sorry. Because I cleared out so many of these and I couldn't figure out what word had it. Sorry. Yeah, it's a law term. That's what Connor said. It's like a contract, and when they... He explained it to me, but I forgot. I forgot already. I was like, no way that's a real word. He's like, it is. It means this. And I was like, okay. In one ear, out the other, I guess. But it is a law term, yeah. Is there a UFO emoji? There is. What the hell is a glorp? Yeah, looking at it. I'm not going to ping all my subscribers. I've learned my lesson from yesterday. I was absolutely mortified. Shook even. What's a five letter starting line that means to urge forcefully? Bro. English second language. I don't know. Anytime I don't know something English, I just say English second language. That's my cheap cop out. Am I doing the mini what? Oh, I see. I tried to do the crisscrossy one. Where you can go like and you have to like figure out the word. I think Holly did it. Strands? Yeah. One of my pals was like, couldn't get the last one. But I don't want to spoil it. But the strands? Let me go grab my juice. Hi, Dan. Dan, did you like your ginkgo icon? You don't have to use it. I just got it for everyone. All the mods, that is. Oh shit. I forgot those were on there. Oops. Okay. Oh. Urge forcibly? That starts with I? Okay. Hello. Oh, can someone change my category? Just chatting. Oh. No. It's terrible! This spacebar stab is terrible! Absolutely terrible. Yeah. Is my bot working? Oh shit. I have to generate a new token. Authorize. Okay, try it. Try it now. Okay, try it now. Okay, yeah, there you go. Dang, imagine if I had Cosmos for this build. That would have been sick. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright, how's everyone's day been? Now that I can sit and not... I can sit here and just blah blah blah. How are you guys all doing? What do you guys all do today? I slept all day. Napped? Nice. I actually have the Zoom 65v3 reel ready. I just gonna type up the description. My dog was swimming in the stream today, like on purpose, or like you took him to swim, or he just decided to swim, or she. She just jumped in. Kiko would never do that. Kiko would rather die than like get wet. Not a lot. You feeling better, Papa? I swear, I think I met like Reagan's cousin. I went to this place called Poppy's Pies, and the guy just like looked and sounded like Reagan. Well, he didn't look exactly like Reagan, but he looked like he could be like his little brother or something. I mean, that steak looked really good. Wait, so who am I gonna see at the New York meetup? Papa? When are they announcing KeyCon? Does anyone know? I know they're voting on it, but did they say when they're gonna announce it? Thank you. Sorry, East Coasters. Okay, okay, that's fine. Are you gonna go to that couple? I raided Pressure Pot yesterday. Yeah, they were streaming for a long time. I think they were streaming for like extra luck for what? For what? I don't collect any of their sculpts. I appreciate them, but they're not my jam. They're not cute enough. Yeah. I I do like really cute stuff. That is true. Can you believe Frank won the artisans? Frank, eat a mushiki. How the F? He won 2 of them. He rigged it. I know, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the marbles. I didn't recognize a lot of the people. I only knew 2 of them. But I think it's probably because I don't collect any of the sculpts, right? You know who I want to, I want, Plume, or I guess Gloom caps to make some more. It's the one of the, no, it's, Prime. He's also Soy, what is it? Oh yeah, I want Ochre Moss to come back too. Gloom Soy, yeah. This one? This is the one I have. Why don't you think she'll come back? Oh, really? Yeah, it seems hard. Sad. Weird layout, yeah, it's essentially 75%. Is, is that a you issue, Mojin? Or is there feedback from my stream? I would get Prussian blue. Okay. I was sad it didn't work out the first time, but there was like some controversy with it, right? Should I design a keycap set? Brain kinda hurty. I say tummy hurty a lot. Depends on what color. What do you mean? It would be my logo colors. It'd be navy, pink, and yellow, and white. She's getting me samples. I'm not buying if it's not beige or white or black. I'm about to smack you beige, white on black people on the back of your heads. About to take my sandal and chuck it at you. I'm getting Shanghai's, the coffee ones, a pink one, and one more. You know what like really freaks me out when I hear my mom say it? Nikolai! I'm just like, oh shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. That means you come here. Yeah, it's like, oh fuck, I'm dead. All the Chinese people are like, oh, PTSD. Wait, I can actually look up. Where's Tony? What's Tony's icon? Isn't that weird? I actually I find people based on like their icon, not like their username. Okay, I sent Hyacins, Emo, Xinghai's, Macchiato. In all seriousness though, Patty, I do think it would be cool to make your own keycap set. Your logo has some really awesome colors that work well together. I think for a keycap set though, it'd be better to change the blues to a black for the base, the yellows to a white for legend. Just an idea, hope you consider. What the frick? I thought Oxy was being nice, and then the more I read his message, the more I realized this guy's gotta be joking. Yeah, he did have me in the first half, I'll admit. Oh, rough. You guys have dogs or cats that ever sneeze on you? Inko sneezed on me once, and she got like snot on me, and then she felt bad that she licked it up. She licked where she sneezed on me. So sweet. Also, little girl. She gets like self-conscious because when I take her out and people don't pet her, it really bothers her. Like she thinks that something is like wrong with her. So when no one is petting her, she'll actually come up to me and be like, "Okay, no one's petting me, so you pet me instead." Like I have to cheer her up. I have to give her validation. Hi Justin. I added your emote to the chat if you do capital J Justin. Justin with a capital J. Yeah. Couple with a capital C. Insty with a capital I. Excuse me. These are sound domes? Do your nipples look like this? Sorry, not trying to nipple shame you. Just a genuine question. It was friggin' Mango Head. I asked him if he lost his moves. Noxie was like, holy Patty, you can't just ask someone that. Oh my god! That's not how that works. Besides, BDC's toothpaste. What the? True, have you guys made your own whipped butter? That seems fun to do, but also a lot of work. Eventually, I want to make my own, like, herbal butter. I think that would be nice. What, churned butter? Have you guys have whipped honey? Is it easy? Do you have to add, like, salt? Oh, salted butter? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably more efficient. Feta toast? Ooh. What taste is stronger, parsley or cilantro? Like eating it directly or what? What switches do I use? Hold on. How many switches are in a 75%? Wait, so I can't use... Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, kiwis or purples? Or... purples? I have SP stars as well. Meteor whites. Oh shit. Oh, did it really? Oh, oh my god. Okay, just have like random switches in here. So never mind on those. Oh my god. They look like candy. Yeah, I don't know. These are probably all like leftovers. I have a lot of leftover switches. These are OG meteor whites. You can tell because they're in the sandy bag. These are all my old switches. Oh, are they? Well, these are the first, like, gray ones. Not the first blue ones, then. I have these. These are SP Star Luminous. Oh, I see. No, these are just the first batches that are the gray. But no, not the OGs then. I don't think they make... Do they still make these? These are SP Star Luminous switches, and there was two variations. There was the blue and there's like the yellow. Does SP Star still make switches? I feel like I haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah, they glow in the dark. Ow. Hello, Manic Geek. These are like a little tight. I'm kind of worried. We'll see. Hello. How are you doing today? These are sound domes. Excuse me. You know any boobies that look like this? Mine? I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. We're getting mixed signals from everyone. We're just calling them sound domes, because that's what they are. Oh, genuinely? Here, I'll read off what it says for... This board is very intricately designed, but basically, where did they put it? I'm looking for the explanation. Basically, whenever you press it, this prevents like the sudden bottoming out of the impact during the depression and eliminates the sound of bottoming out. Yeah. Did they mention it here too? I don't have a keyboard to look up the sound dome, but basically it's to reduce any like bottoming out sound. Yeah, so it's really cool because not only do you have this like let me make sure I get this name right. Yo, what's up, Sil? So this is called the Lucas suspension system because it looks like a spider, right? So you have these elastic arms, so 3 on each side, and then you have 2 magnet sets. You have 2 inside the top case, and then you have 2 on the bottom case, which basically create like the force to keep it propelled up. But in the event you do type hard enough, these elastic arms will catch it. So pretty cool. Hey, are you playing the new expansion still? Or are you gonna get sucked up by the new League MMO? That's already out, right? Or what's the new MMO that people are talking about? They announced it's gonna be like August. Oh, which was the new MMO that just came out? Terraceland? Tarsland? Artistland? Never heard of it. I just heard Zealot and Soviet talking about it, but I didn't know what it's like actually about. Doctor Strange. That's a movie. No, that's a comic, right? And a movie now, I guess. Oh, Doctor Who. Okay, I see. No, I've never been into Marvel. Or Doctor Who, for that matter. Hmm. There's no more raid buffs, so... Dr. Disrespect is getting severely grilled right now on social media. Yeah, no more raid buffs. A former Twitch employee says that he was removed from the platform because he was sexting a minor through Twitch's messaging platform. It wasn't just sexting, it was sexting a minor. Like, sexting is whatever, right? If you're both two consensual adults. A minor, though, is not. Where the raid buffs go? I mean, no, you don't have to bring players just because of their raid buffs. Oh, really? There's this one kick streamer, I think, recently that got banned because he, like, slept with the minor and then, like, posted, like, a selfie of himself afterwards with her. And he got banned on Kick, and then he was basically like, I was sabotaged. I didn't know it was a minor. And it was like, what the fuck? Are you for real right now? If you don't bring a raid buff and your class happens to suck, do you just unsub? You just play a different class at that point. Yeah, maybe. But apparently no more raid buffs, so we'll see. Have you played Warlock though? Oh, I have enough, thank goodness. Whew, I was worried. Okay, last switch. Boom. All right. Okay. Still, I'm sorry. Twitch ads are pretty intense, right? It moves! It moves! Whoa. Okay. Did they just give me a bunch of tempered glass? I think they gave me extra. But what I'm missing are screws. These? Okay, no, they're right here. Okay. These are the four case screws. So this is the antenna. These are the gaskets. These are extra screws. These are SP Star Luminous. Oh my goodness. These are like an old school switch. I don't know if they actually still make them. Yeah, SP Star Luminous. Let's see. User manual. With the wired end. Oh, I see. So this is for the Bluetooth, if I want to use it. If I want to use it. No, it's via. Don't worry, it's via. Are you going orange? Yeah, I think so. Did they change orange? No, not really. Okay, so this one, I put the 2 screws on right here. You think so? I don't know, we'll see. They still have to announce changes and everything, right? Okay, and then these are the 4 tiny case screws. They're gonna put back on. Mm-hmm. You know, this looks super complicated, but actually when you deconstruct it and build it, it's not too bad. It's a little crazy looking, but assembly so far has been pretty straightforward. Okay. We're in business. So after that, then I'm assuming we put this back on here. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. And let me take this. So there are actually pour-on or gaskets right here. And I'm guessing that's for the tempered glass, so you don't have to worry about like super direct contact. So like that. But we need to put in this first. So this is essentially the piece that holds down the top keyboard case, right? So let's put this one in too. Okay. Screw these on. I will say these are really tiny screws, and if you don't have something to like magnetize the screws to keep it in place, if you drop it in here, that's kind of like a pain in the butt. Yeah, so these are the glass pieces that you can then slide in right here. And while these glass don't, it doesn't look like it has thread, it does have like the foam. So let's see, is there an appropriate screw for this one? I'm guessing it's going to be one of these tiny screws. Maybe it's not. Hey, good night, Finn. Ooh, I actually don't know which screws these use. These are all like a little too short. Just will keep it for like that for now. Figure it out. Mage? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say what will be good right now. So we'll see. Good night, Ben. Okay. We did it. I mean, maybe we'll be super powerful. Hi, Element. You don't believe in Blizzard? Oh my god. This board. Let's see. Can I use via Noir? Tester. Load. Downloads. Noir. Come here. Paired connect. Okay, I might need to flash it. I guess it's okay for now. Their dots are designed to be strong, the rest of your spells are useless, it seems. You know, my boomkin, I have a lot of crit. Rather than just mastery haste. Crit. Should I use like a translucent keycaps? Oh. Oh my god. So I can use like cat cyberspace? Is that what it's called? I mean, might as well, right? You have cat cyberspace. I mean, who knows how they're gonna rework things. I hope it's good though. We'll see. I don't have hope in Blizzard, but we shall see. Okay. These are raw alphas. Wait, oops. Wrong row. I do think X-ray would go well. But I don't have X-rays, so... Are these the raw alphas? Oh yeah, these are space bars. Do we want a green space bar? No, I actually think we go black space bar. Hi Jason. How you doing? The keycaps? Just sound test. No, no problems building. I was just mostly like nervous about it because it's a pretty complicated. It was looking like a pretty complicated build, but actually it was very straightforward. So that was just me like being afraid that it would be a complicated one. Dirtiest microwave in chat. In chat? I'm guessing Tony. Sorry, Tony. Vince? No. Vin's too obsessed with his microwave to let it get dirty. You really think Vin would have a dirty microwave? Let's be real. Oh. Vin doesn't even count if he doesn't have a microwave then. Is this too... Oh, you too small. Okay. I mean, you don't need to explain to me why having a microwave is neat, okay? You should be talking to Vin, not me. You don't need to convince me. I think having a toaster oven would be cool. A high-end toaster oven. Just think ahead, forehead. God, Insty, what are you, some kind of like elitist? Low key. Not low key. I guess, to be honest, Insty and Avo, their cooking looks good. But I've never had it, so. Does it only look good? We're not sure. Wait, why are you asking about the microwave? You're bored. Dang. Me? Thought-provoking question for me? Really? I can't. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But honestly, not too complicated when it came to building. Pretty straightforward. It's definitely one of those looks complicated, but not complicated type of builds. The spacebar is too big. Bloop. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so it uses Lucas suspension mount, which is basically, Lucas is referring to a spider, and the suspension is referring to these, it's a total of 6 suspension, but it also has magnets. What are you? I have really enjoyed typing on the Encore. I was actually using it last night while I was editing. Very, very nice to type on. Actually a very big fan. Yeah. It's one of those boards, like sometimes I'll build boards and I'll be like, okay, time to swap back to my bear. or time to go back to Alice. But this one I actually like was able, I wanted to keep it on my desk. So, big fan of that. Can we borrow it? Who are you asking me? Me or Kim? I need both of them. Ain't no way you're getting my unit, brother. Type K. Why would you want my Type K? My Type K has my logo on it. All right. Do I have any like futuristic artisans? Not really. I have like these bunnies. Whoa. What do you guys think? Alpha says top down doesn't do it justice. I could see that. Alright, so for those who are just joining in here, this uses, it's called a Lucas suspension mount, but basically you have these three, oh god, I keep like forgetting how to say it. But it uses elastic arms and bearings, right? So these provide support on top, middle, bottom, and on top of that, to make it like suspended and to kind of give it like this bouncy feel, there are two sets of magnets. So there's one set on the keyboard, like inside this top piece, so on the side right here, and then underneath on the bottom piece there's also another set of magnets. So here's the top case and here's the bottom case. The two magnets basically push against each other like this, and then in the event you ever go like too low, instead of like potentially bottoming out, the elastic arms and bearings will then help you pop it back up. Does that make sense? So basically, you shouldn't ever bottom out when it comes to typing on this. Here you can see like this part moves a lot, and you see this top suspension arm is also moving. But yeah. Okay, let's hear how this sounds. This is basically, so here is how I've been saying it, but this is basically, the keyboard is your spaceship, this bottom piece is your space dock, and this is you, like, parked in your space dock. But let's see. The build we're using is SP star. Cyberspace. Okay, this one has no foam, by the way. But here is the build. Right there. Okay, give me one moment. Okay, so this keyboard you see right here, this is the Noland End 1. We're using an FR plate with no foam. This is SP Star Luminous switches, and this is Cat Cyberspace with the raw alphas. Okay. What kind of switches? Like, what do you mean? They're by SP Star. I can find the product page for you. These are old switches though. Semi-silent? No. They're linear. They are an old Switch. I don't think you can even buy them anymore. You can buy it from the Keycap Club in the UK. There's 2 versions. So this one I have is called Starry Nights. Yeah, there's 2 variations. They're basically the same, except different colors. And they're like glow in the dark. How's the typing feel? Yeah, there is no feedback. Although I will say though that if you buy this board, I would recommend a wrist rest because this board sits a lot higher than most, right? So I actually would recommend like the wrist rest that comes with it. Let me actually take these off. Black caps, thanks. The bunnies. Is it like F1 OG height? Let me see. I didn't actually look at the specs, but just like typing on it, I was like, dang, this is a very tall angle. Let's see. Typing angle is 8 degrees, but the front height is 30 mm. Yeah, the front height. So basically, this uses a proprietary mounting system for those who are just joining in. And the board looks really complicated, but it's actually a pretty straightforward build. Like, I was afraid myself too, because I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so complicated. But it's actually not once you kind of, I guess, get used to it. But basically, disassembly, you do have to go through quite a bit number of screws, but essentially the top piece, which is the keyboard part, or I should just say the keyboard piece, right, is held down by these 2 metal pieces. And in order to remove these, you need to unscrew 4 screws on each side, right? So I'll show you guys. How does the typing feel? I do kind of understand what they meant by like there is no like harsh feedback when you're typing on it. Yeah, you don't really feel like the pushback you would normally feel whenever especially using like, I would say, quote, not necessarily like a metal plate, but a harder plate. But I don't know how much of that is from the bottom piece or from the sound domes that are inside the board. It's hard to say. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay, got it. I don't know if I would say this board is necessarily like gimmicky. Because I could see someone being like, oh wow, that is like so extra, but I do kind of understand like the flow of all the parts and how it works. So maybe not necessarily gimmicky, but a little extra, but it all seems to like work together. But this is actually what some people like. They like this like overly futuristic looking aesthetic. I do think this board checks off a lot of like that space cable or space station feel, if anyone is like looking for that. Like there's been space themed keyboards out there, but This one I would say is like spacey, futuristic, cyberpunk. Not cyberpunk, but like, you know. This is definitely a guy. This is definitely like, if you like this kind of stuff. But check this out. So I guess technically you don't even need this dock. I mean, never mind, you do, because there's this tilts like that. So this is your space station. This is your bottom piece. Here you can see these, oh my god, I keep forgetting how to say it. These elastic arms and bearings. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these actually spin, and then they actually do go up and down. And then here is where you have magnets. So you have one here, one here, one here, one here. So it's a set. And then the other set is in the bottom case, or in the top case at the bottom, right? So the magnets for the board, essentially, they repel each other, because it's right here, right? So they repel each other. Instead of just like relying on like the magnets, you have these elastic arms and bearings to kind of like hold it in place in the event that you do press down really hard. And so you have structural support from top, middle, and the bottom. And then to just make sure to keep everything in place, you have these right here that hold down the case. So it would go in something like this. Wait, am I doing this right, or is it this way? Like this. So this case, it has like the 2 prongs, so right here. And then this is essentially what secures it down to the elastic arms and bearings, right? But think of this as like just like a completely separate piece, right? And then this is like your loading dock. So technically you could type on this. You could type on this by itself, but the only issue is that there's such a big like lip right here that you will kind of, it will like do this if you're like typing on it, because you can see like loading dock. I mean, that's what it looks like. Like this is not like your typical bottom piece, right? This just looks like a stage for your keyboard to like go on. So basically, here's your spaceship, and then you load the dock right here, right? And now you've parked, and then to make sure that your keyboard doesn't fly away, you secure it down. Boom. Cool. And then here's the gas tank that goes into here to refill your spaceship's tank. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. But I actually want to, I want to do, is it just secure enough that you can hold it upside down? Yeah, once these are connected, yes. Because this is what holds it in place, right? It has the 2 prongs right here that will secure it, and you screw it down. So yeah, it is secure enough. Obviously, if you don't secure these, then yeah, it will fall out. I want to try it with a different keycap set, and then I want to try it with foam. Yeah, it's screwed down. Yeah, so these parts go, oops, like right here, and screwed down. So you see this part is then held in place, and then you screw it down like that. So let's do a different keycap set because cat kind of does give it like that deeper sound. So let's use like a GMK set. We can use Stargaze. And then we'll see how it sounds like with foam. Then gaming? I don't know about that. But basically to disassemble it, you need to remove 4 screws here, 4 screws here, so 8 screws. And then afterwards, once you've taken your ship off, then you need to unscrew 4 screws right here. So 2, 2. So that's 12, and then you can take it apart. Is that a car? No, it's a spaceship. Should I make a GMK set? No. GMK XXW. I don't know if that will ever happen. You hate Stargaze now? Why? You love it good. I think yours and Cupo's really, your personality really shines through with your profile picture. Like, you can tell, like, oh, that's Elvin. Oh, that's Cupo. You know? Oh. I mean, sometimes you don't wear glasses, right? Yeah, Boss Quest did say that earlier. Frank has one too. Batman. I know, right? Do lowercase in Ste. Lowercase I. Can you do that? It's up to you. Okay, Stargaze. Ooh. I love my Stargaze. Wait, why don't you like Stargaze? Did something happen? I think I might have missed out. Now my mods can't say that I'm mean to them. Hey, Matt. I'll still say it, but I'm not mean to you. The only two I will like bite back is Insty and Vin. Because they need someone to make sure they don't... They need someone to like fight against them. I do open your links. Oh, is someone bringing it to the mode meetup? Oh, Frank the Tank? Nice. I will see you at the mode meetup. I don't know which board I should bring. Can I take the Encore? It's a mode meetup. They're gonna have those already. They're gonna be like, look at this poser bringing a mode keyboard to a mode meetup. Oh, yeah. I think a few have. Which? You think I could what? Hmm? Says Patty, you think you could? No. Does anyone see Vin's message? Patty, do you think you could build Pink AF Virgo and send in Ori before July 27th? Yes. If you send me the switches. You sold me switches. The Ori's already built. I would never do an offline build of Vin's. I might actually get, like, executed. Wait, really? Wait, for real? For real, for real? Is that how I get him to take his boards back? Ben, you were always gone. It's not on me. You were legit never around. No, you? No, you. We low-key almost forgot you're a mod here. I'm just gonna use the same one. No, they don't match. I mean, he can shake my head me, but it's like... He actually just wasn't here. This one has orange, so it doesn't quite work. I don't have another dark mirror. I have a bean? I don't have a dark bean. My second stash doesn't have any. Unless you're talking about my third stash? Oh, thank you for this. Thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. Hello. How are you doing? I have this Stargaze. That doesn't quite match. Okay, we're just gonna use the same ones. Thank you for the resub. You know what genre does actually kind of scare me a little bit? Like psychological space horror. Like the kind where you just like, you're so alone up there with no one around you, you start to like hallucinate. Yeah, like Dead Space. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, I actually got it from Amazon. So if you're interested, exclamation point Desmat. And it will take you to the Amazon link. Okay. Well no, I like them. I'm just saying like those actually like kind of freak me out a little bit. I would say I have a pretty high tolerance when it comes to like screamish stuff. Like when it comes to horror, right? In the sense of like I can watch, for example, like torture movies. And like I'll be like, oh, yuck. But I'm not like, oh my god, I can't watch this kind of dealy. Does that make sense? Like it's not necessarily like hard for me to watch. Like I can stomach it. Yes, it is my Amazon affiliate link. But the cookie doesn't last very long. I think the cookie lasts like 12 minutes. I watched Saw. I think I'm desensitized to a lot of things because of anime, like low-key because of anime. Um, I grew up watching, there's this series about like eating mermaid meat. Basically, when you eat mermaid meat, you have a chance to either become immortal or become a horrible monster. So, thank you for clipping, Mochin. I have to use a website that tells you the animals survive before I watch a movie. Yeah. Some of those can be pretty brutal. Jeshuan, first clicky build and last. Not for me, Lamau. Yo, what's up, Mango Head? We were talking about you last night. But nothing important, don't worry about it. Just a simple question. Yeah, don't worry about it. Someone was asking who the Moobs guy was. Selling my feet? What the f- Since when do you sell your feet? Oh shoot. I think I changed it from non-wireless mode. Let me fix it real quick. How do I swap this to FN? Yeah, they were asking who the Moobs guy was. I was like, that's Mango Head. Hello, Miko. Hello. Shoot. Oh. Weekend? It's good so far. How about yours? Um, no, I have it. I have the glass, but I haven't installed it now. I'm trying to figure out why it's not working right now. And I think because I swapped it. Good night. Let's see. There's one of these buttons that triggered it. Moving back to Boston? No, I'll be there soon though. F and L? One of these is FN. Oh, found it. Okay, nice. This is FN. Okay. Okay. Wait, one sec. Okay. So we're using FR4 plate, no foam, SP Star Luminous switches, and this is GMK Stargaze. Yeah, so the other keycaps we were using were cat, which does have like the deeper sound. I just thought it would look better with the overall aesthetic of the bird. But yeah, this is the GMK. I actually think the board is already like pretty muted. I feel like if I add foam, it's gonna make it a lot more dampened. So magnetic levitation feel. So it's kind of interesting, right? Because I say it's interesting because most of the like, I guess, feedback you would get like is in the back and not the front, which I think is interesting because whenever you're typing, like most of the weight, oh shit, most of the weight is like whenever you're typing like down here, right? But there's something already preventing this keyboard from, I guess, tilting down, right? I think if we were able to feel, you're only able to feel the magnetic lev if you're like typing up here. Like you see, like you feel it because you actually get feedback because this is the only point of which it moves. Whereas like down here when you're typing, right, you don't feel it as much. Like it just doesn't really move as much as like up here. So you can see when I do this, you can actually see like the feedback between the magnets. Whereas if you do it right here, it's not as obvious. And plus there is something like going against it. So it's interesting that you can only really feel like the magnetic levitation if you're like higher up. Whereas like if you're lower down here, you don't really feel that too much because there's something like stopping it. So the other magnetic levitation I felt was the Zoom 65 V3. And that one actually felt like top mount, but not as stiff. It felt consistent like a top mount, but not as stiff. And this one doesn't feel the same at all to me. Gaming test. I kind of want to try a higher pitched switch to see if that changes a lot. Because a lot of times switches like resonate through the case, right? But this one supposedly reduces the amount of like feedback and quote resonance. So I'm kind of interested if I were to use like a louder switch, if it would then show up in the board or if it would still be somewhat like quieter. I don't have HMX, unfortunately. I mean, I do, but I don't. They're being looped right now. So let me see what I have. Let's use these. I don't think I have enough necessarily, but we'll try it. These are KG rolls from Cafe. Yeah, let's try. Yeah, these sound a bit louder. Do you guys want to hear it with Cat again? I feel like Keycaps kind of really, they have a very strong personality. They have a very strong profile, which is kind of like take over. Like you listen to something, you're like, yep, that's Cat. Yeah, we can do Cat. What are we even gonna game? Last time I gamed, you guys said it was too weird. Except for who was still in chat with me. Oxy. I think most people are actually just asleep. Kim, I think you were asleep. Your gaming times are brutal sometimes. Yeah, I know. My sleep schedule is just fucking brutal sometimes. Yeah, I'm mostly talking to Mr. Avocado. Whoa. Oh, that's really scary. Because whenever I stick this in to remove the switch, if I do it wrong, there's like a gap in here that the switch like my puller gets stuck. Like that. Skeleton plates, you guys. Very spooky. Very spooky. Say this is like a prismatic one I got from Canon Keys. Canon Keys sends me a lot of stuff. Thank you, Canon Keys. It's either Canon Keys or WS. WS gives you, yeah, they do. Or they used to. I think they've just been very busy. They did. They did the, Zoom 65v3. How do you change RGB mode? It's going to be, like turn it off. It should be FNO. Like that. If you're talking about like the different modes, you can do it in VIA. I was actually up watching Kim's stream when she was building the sonnet. Most of you guys went to sleep, but I was still there watching. Just wasn't chatting. Because I was working. I try not to distract myself when I'm working. Yeah, it felt really bad. Those switches though, when I built with the was it tofu? I don't remember. But those were those from KNC? I don't remember. What was the switch called again? I don't remember. Wait, those are the ones from KNC, aren't they? Or is it different? Am I thinking about the ube ones? Oh, okay, they are the ones from KNC. Yeah, so I used KNC, the tofu switches, and also the ube ones. And those were very, very tight on the keyboards that I built. Like I struggled to remove them. Yeah, because I remember watching and I was like, dang, are those the ones from KNC? Because if they are, like, I had the same exact problem. Like, whichever board I ended up using, like, tofu switches, I struggle bus really badly. Yeah, I did that later on. Good night, Chico. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Sleep well. Where are they moving to? I saw they were having a moving sale, but I didn't know why. You got a new job, right? There's so many keyboard vendors have been just like leaving. I don't think it makes me scared to open a soft serve keyboard shop. It really does. I think so. There's actually a soft serve store that's like in Arlington or somewhere in Dallas that does like Asian flavored soft serves. I kind of want to go try it. I know, Vin. I just want to have a cute keyboard shop where I can eat soft serve when I want, okay? Bruh. That's like my dream, okay? Yeah, Ginkgo could be the mascot there. Yesterday, my YouTube gave me a video where this baby, this healthy baby, basically she got like, they were basically saying don't kiss newborn babies because this could happen. And this little healthy girl who was perfectly healthy, someone in her family kissed the baby and had a cold sore, kissed the baby on the lips, and the bacteria, or it became like a bacterial infection. And because she didn't have the defenses, it ended up attacking her brain. So she then became disabled, and they don't think she's gonna make it to adulthood because this person kissed them with a cold sore on their lips. And then the bacterial infection attacked the baby's brain. And I was just like, holy moly, what the hell? YouTube has just been ever since I watched the death by chair, YouTube's like, oh, you like weird death videos? Like, let us surprise you with this one. So I've just been getting like videos about weird ways you can die. And I don't like it. It freaks me out a little bit. Family members, apparently. A family member kissed a newborn baby on the lip and they had a cold sore. Holy moly. Imagine being that family member. So yeah. I can't believe Vin just shut down my dream of a keyboard ice cream shop. Vin's keeping it real. Hey Vin, well, if I open it, don't worry. You don't have to go. You don't have to go to my store. Yeah, you spill, you pay. You ready to pay for it? Don't worry, I'll just use your keyboards as the display. As compensation. Oh, don't worry, I have a backup in the back. Let's see. I would not put any artisans. On my keyboard. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Do you think it's weird people don't mount their artisans? No. Can't we shoot them if they try to? Oh my gosh. I mean, technically, under the right circumstances, yes, but... Boy, you put down that artisan, I'm about to shoot you. Like, imagine! What if you just put a sign? Don't take my artisans, I will shoot you. Like, holy moly. Crazy. Can I custom animate my shotgun to keep? You can do anything you want with money. Oh my god, do you think Reagan actually would? Hey yo Reagan, can you Cerakote my gun for me, please? Thank you. He's gonna be like, what kind of gun do you have? I mean, I can tell Reagan, but you have to pay him. ASDFGH. There's a box in the living room. Mm-hmm. You threw your Chuck E. Cheese winning. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, Randy. Oh, you're almost done. How you doing, Randy? Now it's overflowing. Dang. Do they ever have black and tan Shiba Inus? I'm so sad I lost the one you gave me. I've been sleeping with yeah, I went to a hotel and like it was gone when I went back. Yeah. I'm going hunting, yeah. I don't have it anymore. We tried going back to the hotel looking for it, it's just not there. They're like, we don't have it. We don't know. And I was like, okay, well. I'm pretty sure I told you about this. Did I not? I was really sad because I slept with that thing a lot. I had to get a replacement. You wanna see the thing I sleep with now? I'm doing good. This is what I sleep with now. When I'm asleep holding on to this, Connor tries to wake me up and he'll like take this out of my arms and I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? And he's like, I needed you to wake up. Because I hold on to it while I'm sleeping like this. And he just will like whoop. Yeah. This is from Spirited Away. The little gods. Yo, Jeshwan, you don't like your clicky build? What the heck? Just give it some time. I believe. Okay, let me let me put this back. Yeah, so I got a replacement, but it's just not as big. Plus, Kinko keeps stealing it. The one I had was a lot bigger. All right. Let us do the typing test. Oh, oops. Oh, what did I do? Okay, cool. So this one we have swapped to FR4 KG Raws GMK Stargaze no foam. Yes, exactly, Mojin. Okay. Give me one moment, please. Okay. This is FR4 plate, KJ Rods, GMK Stargaze, no foam. My C key is not working. Oops. End pin, perhaps. I will check right now. I didn't like these. I didn't like these switches with this one, right? What do you guys think? What? Yeah, I think the other switches sounded a bit better. Do we want to do... Do we want to do one more switch? I kind of felt underwhelmed by these. I have baby... Oh no, it's my stuffy. Okay, I'm gonna try these, but I'm only gonna change the alphas. Mason? Mason, I started watching Cooking in the Dungeon, and the little rogue character reminds me of you. Chili Chuck? Yeah. Well, I don't think it's an insult. Ain't no way you said chili. I don't think it's an insult. Oh, no, I've been watching Japanese. Wait, do you think it's an insult? Couple? Yeah, I like him too. His mannerisms are kind of similar to Mason. Oh, I'm only on episode like 5. I just started, so. The Knight? He's like low-key crazy. I'm surprised not more people fawn over the dwarf dude. He can fight and he can cook? Sign me up. People went crazy for his figure? Oh. Okay. Wow, I don't know what the heck I was expecting. But it definitely was not that. Oh my god. Mason, don't look. Don't look at that. Was that Johnny? I'm pretty sure that was Insty. No, that's not who we think Mason is, no. Yeah, Johnny was playing it, but Insty's the one who sent the mod. He even spoiler texted it for us. Johnny's too lazy for that. There it is, Mason. Yeah. Okay, so I've only changed it out on the alphas. Oh yes, you're right. Imagine if every time you put on keycaps, you couldn't take them off. Like, it's just perma. Perma pants. You're saying pants didn't have a pee-pee hole? Ergo clears, yeah, right. Or b-hole either? Oh no. Oh. Do you have a Geon trim or stem trimmer? Okay, let's see. Let's listen to this one. Not yet. Yeah. What if this was all like a marketing ploy by Glarsis to raise Geon stonks? Not that he needed it, but what if this was all a big scheme? Wait, you guys didn't tell me music was not playing. What the? It's just listening in silence. What the heck? I should have said something. I'm sorry. F for 4 plate ripple switches in the alpha and spacebar. Okay. I said ripple! Okay, yeah. These switches were much better, right? Yeah, you felt better. Sorry. How aggressively angled is that board? It's 8 degrees, but it is front height of 30 mm, so. Okay. Let's talk about it. What's today? Saturday? Taco front height? Wait, sorry. Taco Saturday? I'm thinking about tacos. Tacos on my mind. I heckin' love tacos. Okay. Anyways. Okay, let's talk about it. So, for those who are just joining in or joined in midway, this is the Noland N1. This is an upcoming board that will be sold through Keycaps. And starting off, this board is this board will start at $549. There are technically 2 variations. This one is the space, or the deep space island. And then they have another edition, which is the winter or polar ice one. And that one they're listing for $1,239. Now that one, I'll show you guys pictures of it later, but that one is that one is a lot more like intricate than this one, right? And you'll see why, like, they've listed it at that amount. How many tacos would that be? Let's see. How much is it? 1,240. Each taco is like $3. That's like 413 tacos for the winter edition. Wait. We forgot tip, so it's around 400 tacos, basically. At that price, maybe there might be better keeps, you think? For the $1,000 keyboard, I think so. But it's also, this is, I feel like, more of a functional art piece. So, you know, it's like artwork, but it's also functional. So this one kind of has the same, I don't want to say like vibes or aesthetic, but I could see people comparing this to the Event Horizon, right? Like, it's a keyboard. Like, at the base of it all, it's a keyboard. However, you're paying for something that is very unique, because I've never seen anything like this, and this is definitely like a statement piece. Like, using this, like, you would look and you'd be like, oh damn, like, that's a keyboard. Like, it's a statement piece. It's art. It's crazy looking. It's definitely a certain aesthetic that some people like, some people don't like. So I could see this. This is, I would say, a very niche piece, but it's cool. Like, you can look at it and you'd be like, whoa, how does that work? And while it looks like really complicated, it's actually pretty simple assembly. I felt harder, but this is art, yeah. But yeah, let's talk about it. So this board is the Noland N1, and it uses a proprietary mount, so meaning that, like, it's a unique mount to this board. And it's called the Lucas suspension system. Okay, so basically it looks like a spider, and it's a reference to Lucas's spider. But essentially, you have these elastic arm and bearings. So you have 3 on this side, 3 on this side, so a total of 6. And then you also have the magnetic levitation, which is found on the bottom piece and also on the keyboard piece. Right? Spiders in my keyboard? Yeah, so there's support from the top, middle, and bottom. And I don't know if you can see this, but it's mainly secured right here. So there's there's nothing up here, so you can kind of see how it will like go up and down. You don't see it too much here, but we'll just look at the case. Okay, so here's the top piece. It's a 75%. They have moved some of the keys around, but it's basically a 75% with a small 3-key left-hand macro column. I'm gonna try and hold this with one hand. So here you have the LED, which is the caps lock indicator if it were plugged in. And then this is also a magnetic badge, right? And this is like slanted, so it's almost like a wedge piece. So this is slanted, right? You got this nice front lip. And then the pieces for this are all pretty unique. Also, I didn't point this out, but you can see how this corner slants down right there as well. But this is the front. You can see the suspension. But then here is the side. You can see the finish on the case. It's a nice like splatter to kind of give that like galaxy look. Here you can see where the keyboard piece hangs off from the bottom piece. This side is pretty plain, but most of the, I guess, like intricate design part that you see is going to be on the top. And then when you flip it over, whoa. So going back to how the front looks, so you actually have the front badge, and then this is a bigger back weight on the keyboard part, and then you have the shiny one, which has the branding of the keyboard designer. But then if you look at this bottom piece, it's actually not just one rectangular piece. This is a very unique shape. So going back, I don't know if you guys remember when I pointed out the corners on the keyboard case. You see that same thing right here, the corners. It also has like the corner feet, but then this design is like more similar to like the actual suspension system, right? So this is pretty cool. And so there's actually there's just no piece right here. And then let's look at, this is the USB port. Here you can see the keyboard case, and then here you can see where it would then bounce. So I'm guessing that's why they made the USB cutout so big, is so in case it does go up and down, you have a lot of room. And then this is the cool part. This one, with the way the keyboard is designed, it looks like it's suspended, right? So it's under the illusion that it's using magnet levitation, which it is, but it's not what's keeping this up, but it's under the illusion that the magnets are what's keeping it up. So here you can see that there is a gap right here, right? But the board actually touches it. But the reason it looks like it's levitated is because this part, instead of being flat, it's cut slanted up. So it looks like there's a gap. Does that make sense? So if this were like rectangular and not cut slanted, this would be filled. But because of the way they cut the case, it looks like there's a gap and it makes it look like it's levitating. Right? So there's that. And then there's like a bunch of foam pieces that they have put all throughout the board to basically make sure that there's no like heavy metal to metal contact. And then one thing I didn't mention for this top piece is that this actually uses tempered glass, and it's supposed to cover it like this. So this is actually not supposed to be exposed. So it will look like this, and then you screw it on right here. So it kind of looks like an engine or like the insides of a machine. But yeah, you do have these glass pieces, but I just didn't put them on because I knew I was going to be moving around a lot and I didn't want to like scratch or break anything. They actually gave me extra pieces. But in terms of disassembling, you do have to remove a handful of screws, but they're all hidden. I don't know if you've noticed, but there were no actual like visible screws in the sense of on this keyboard part, right? The screws, so if the glass was clear, right? I mean, if the glass was a solid color and you wouldn't be able to see that, right? If this was all covered up, like you would notice there's no like exposed screws, I should say. But if you don't have this cover, you take it off. From here, you actually don't need to remove these three. This is actually just like an accent piece that gives it like that slight, it gives it that like glimmer because the chamfers like catch the light so it looks shiny. But to actually remove it, you have to remove this piece, which is what is keeping this in. So basically, if I were to flip this like this, it stays in place. So it's under the illusion that it's like held up by magnetic levitation, but there are actually screw points that hold it in place, right? So you don't have to like worry about that. Yeah, so just by this piece that's cut slanted up. So let's take this off so you guys can see the internals and we can talk about it. But basically, while it does use the magnetic levitation, it also uses this suspension. And then the magnetic levitation is found on the bottom piece and also on the keyboard piece. I will say that I don't know how much the magnetic levitation does. I'm sure it's another thing to prevent like the feedback that you would feel from the case. However, I will say it kind of feels like it's been canceled out by the fact that this doesn't move in the front as much as it does in the back. Hello, Angel. How are you doing? Hello. So what I mean by that is like when you're typing or when you're looking at the case and you're typing like this, right? You can really feel it like bounce back. But how often do you like type like this? Right? Like when you're typing, you're more so typing and more the pressure is in the front right here. But that's the thing, is that this part doesn't really move. Crashed out for a brief moment? What do you mean? So that's why it's I feel like the magnetic levitation, I don't know how much it does because there's a it's the keyboard part is stopped in the front. And most of the pressure when you're typing is in the front. So I guess it does do something because while it's like in the front, it's also in the middle. The only reason I say there's more force in the front is because that's where you press the space bar. And I don't know about you guys, but when I type, I tend to like slam my space bar. But yeah. That's the only reason I think the magnetic levitation, I don't know how much it does for the resonance, like right here in the front. Whereas like these keys you don't use as often, but if you do for some reason, I could see like, if you use these very often, I could see then like the magnetic levitation feedback going into play, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Angel? Don't do that. Okay, let's see. Right here. I see I have a lot of notifications, but I haven't been able to look at it. But I'm assuming that's related to what you guys you're referring to. Yeah, a bit. Okay. Nothing to worry about. Okay, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. But basically, you have 4 screws that secure this part down. And then this is the metaphor I've been using. But think of this as like your spaceship, your keyboard spaceship, and this bottom part is your space dock. And then when you're ready to take off, you just lift off and then fly away. And then here is your space station. So you have, this is where the magnets for the magnetic levitation are held, right? So you have one magnet here and one magnet here, and then same thing for this side, right? So magnets here, and on the bottom case, you can't see it, but internally, there are the same magnet strips on both sides. So that is what the magnetic levitation is referring to, right? So when you're ready to land, you have the magnets to make sure that you don't have like a boom, you know, harsh crash landing. And then in the event that, you know, you need a little bit more support, you have these elastic arms and bearings to help slowly place you into place, or slowly grab you and put you into place, right? And then once you're here, you're charging, and you want to make sure that you don't float away because of gravity or whatnot, then it's like, all right, boys, lock them in. And then you lock this in, and then your spaceship is in place. And then the USB comes in to charge your keyboard in this dock. This is the gas pump, right? You plug it in, you lock it in, and you refuel. But that's just like the metaphor I've been using. But yeah, so once you're ready to take off, you vroom, and then fly away. So here you can see the top and bottom. This actually spins, and then this can go up and down. So this can actually absorb some of the typing force, right? So you have a few things contributing to like the feedback of whenever you're typing. Not only do you have the magnets up here, you know, pushing it up as you're pressing it down, but then you also have these doing the same thing. And then while the magnets I feel like don't really do that much for the front part, you have this front piece right here that I think carries a bunch of that work. Yeah, this is the bottom piece. And then let's look at the keyboard part. So the keyboard part is held in place by these 4 prongs. So you have 2 on this side, and then you have 2 on this side. So this is where this piece would then secure on to keep it in place, right? Into the bottom. But you technically could type on this without the space dock. So this is actually still functional if you want to use it. The only reason you wouldn't is because going back to this front cut that I talked about, this makes it so that every time you would type and then you put pressure on the front, it would just go foop, foop, so it'd move. So for example, like when it's like here, looks normal, right? but you see if you were to type, like you can see how much it moves. And that's because of the front lip. But it's that same lip that makes it look like it's floating. Right, so technically this is still functional, right? But it might just be a little annoying. I mean, technically, if you really wanted to use this, you could put like... you could put your phone... you could put your phone here and just type, and this won't go up and down anymore. You just have to find the right wedge, right? So this is still functional if you want to use it. But yeah, not only is this keyboard wired, but it can also be wireless. So you don't need to, like, you can use it wireless. You don't technically need to keep it in the dock. Did this moth seriously just fly into the keyboard? Hello? Do you see it? Bruh. I think he's stuck. Bruh. Oh my god. Really? Really? You need help? Come out this way. No! No! Okay, come out. Look, I'll open this one. It's like... where are you going? I don't know where it is now. I'm scared to press down the keys. I don't want to hurt it. Oh, I found it. Okay, come on. Come out here. He's trying. Oh! Oh! Okay, there you go. Don't worry, we saved the moth. Now crush it? No. But basically, while you have the screws holding it down here, if you want to disassemble this, you actually have to flip this over. Flip this over. The moth is like, hey yo, let me live on your spaceship. Please. Won't pay rent, but I need a place to stay. So there are 4 tiny screws on this. Oh my god, my fingerprints. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm gonna open this because I want to show you guys the other... what have you guys been calling it? Where is it? Please hold. Where did I put my screwdriver? Sandal, no. Eh? Where did I put it? Really? Okay. Use this one. I got distracted. I've lost my train of thought. No! Oh, it's right here. What? Why didn't you guys tell me it's right here? You guys can see better than me. What the heck? Chat. Patty? Yeah. It's right there. Okay, come here. Okay, so once you remove these 4 screws, they have well, in disassembling this, they have a bunch of gaskets or pour-on gaskets. So they put it on the part where the keyboard would meet the bottom case to prevent any like harsh bottoming out. They have it on the corner for the mirrors, so you don't have to worry about the mirror going like right up against the metal piece. And then they also have put like the gaskets, they've also put the gaskets on the side right here and on the side over here. But yeah, this is just the top piece, magnetics, and then the screws for the acrylic cover right there. And then this plate was indeed a skeleton plate. But the PCB itself didn't have any flux cuts, so it's okay. This PCB was actually really pretty. Aside from being, you know, a little skeleton-y, the cuts on the plate were extremely artful, I'd say. And then to basically hold the plate in place, you have 2 more screws on each side, so a total of 4. So far you've had to remove 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay, so you gotta remove a handful of screws in order to like really get into this. Little big boned, yeah. Okay, so once you've removed the screws, it does use a ribbon cable, so you want to be careful. But I wanted to show you guys this. These are sound domes. Kind of looks like Topper, right? But basically how this works is that once you've taken this off, underneath, once you take this piece off and then all these sound domes off, which are on top of foam, then you could see the magnets that would be right here, and then the battery pack and the daughter board. So all the like magnets and batteries are all hidden underneath this sound dome. And basically these are metal domes that do decompress. So when you press them, right, this is also like whenever your keys, if you were to bottom out, not only do you have this catching most of that, but then you also have this. So these go, they're like a pyramid. I don't know if you can see that. Oh my god, I'm gonna see. But yeah, it does use like the ribbon cable, but I'm not gonna take it apart since I already took it apart earlier. But yeah, that's the board. Let's look at the product page and then we'll be done. So while the installation might seem a little crazy, it's not too hard. It's just a lot of screws and a lot of steps. Oh, it's right here. Gaming. I gotta go to the gym in the morning. It's a lot of screw steps, but they're not hard. Yeah, exactly. You just kind of have to know where to go. And then once you figure that out, then it's like not too bad. So in terms of typing on it, I guess I'll be honest. I did feel a little overwhelmed. No, not overwhelmed, underwhelmed. Why not just whelmed? I guess I felt a little underwhelmed because not only do you have like the magnets, but then you also have this one. But I feel like this part didn't really do too much, but I'd really have to see like what it feels like with and without the magnets, which, oh, I technically could. Oh, wait, I technically could. I feel like I would have to just take out these magnet parts to then really see like if it does anything or if most of the work is being carried by these. Damn, I should have done that. Let's stock this in. Another thing you could have done is you could have just like typed on this without securing it in. Like I definitely see like what they were trying to do and made it like pretty intricate. But the thing is like it is an expensive board. You are paying for like the design. And I think if this matches like something that you would like to have like in your space or like your office, this is definitely a good piece for that, because this is more of a, well, I don't want to say more of, but this is not only like a statement piece, but it's also functional, as I said earlier. And so some people do like that kind of stuff. I think this board is prettier than the Angry Mao boards. Like having, I would be more inclined to like show this one off, because not only does it have like this stuff that makes it look like complicated, but then if there was like a glass cover, and then you could be like, oh yeah, it uses magnets, like check it out. And if you didn't know like how to, if you didn't know how the board worked, you would be like, oh wow, yeah, it's floating, like that's so cool, right? Where did my screw go? Where'd you go? Like this one had a vision, and I see the vision, but it wasn't like anything super extraordinary. Like it's a beautiful board for sure, but with all the things that they were trying to do with the keyboard design, I guess it kind of felt like a little underwhelming in that sense. Was it pleasant to type on? Yeah, for sure. But I think this board is pretty niche. You either like it or you don't. You can appreciate like, oh wow, that's cool, but yeah. That's kind of how I feel about this, but I mean, it's interesting. You can't thumb your arrow keys true. I think the whole idea of using magnetic levitation, the only time I really felt it was whenever I was building the Zoom 65. That's when I felt it. And it felt like it felt like a top mount, but without like the super harsh feedback. And then this one, I just had a hard time like telling in the sense of like how much the magnets did for the board, or if it was this. So yeah. But anyways, let's look at the product page and then we're done. There's only two. Or there's technically only one. Unless you want to get the special edition, which is like 2 times the price. Okay, so here's the product page. So as you can see, the one that I have right here starts at $549. And this is the space colorway. If you decide to get winter, this one is significantly more expensive. However, the case is different. Because look, this case is way more complicated. Like, check this out. Like, this looks like an asteroid or a comet. Look at that. And then it has this fancy, yeah. And then you see how like the ones I have right here were like silver? This one has like that starry finish. And then the top is white. And then the, this one is just way more complicated because if you look at the design for this one, it's a lot more like isometric crystal-like shaped. And the case is also really cool. So it's more complicated. And then if you look at the LED, you can see it's also like that crystal shape. And then you can see this reflected on the back weight right here. So look at the top case. You see how there are like so many more cuts and like angles. If you look at mine, it's just the one. Whoop, whoop. Plain Jane, whoop, whoop. This one is like multiple, so it makes it look like a diamond. Yeah, this kind of looks like you opened up an asteroid and there was like a diamond inside or gem inside, right? Pretty cool. So this is the top. So here you can see all of that. And then this one is also reflective of like the theme. Whoa. That's your wrist rest? Whoa. So this is the one I have. Nah, no pink. Yeah, so the colorway I have starts at 549. Yeah, and if you want this one, it's 1,240. It's quite up there. Okay. So, boop, 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 boop. So here's all the like inspiration, cosmic space. You can see that for sure. Front, back. So this is like the Lucas suspension system that they talk about. But basically, like the top looks like a spider. Illustration Luca the spider. Hence it is named Lucas suspension system. And then here you have, so these are the outer structures, and then this one is the internal and external. So stabilizes magnetic field range. So see, the magnets will push up, so when you type on it, the magnets will push it up so it's not as harsh as the feedback, and it also makes it so similar to like pogo pin, I would say, maybe. Like it basically bounces up faster. I would buy this. I think Cyberborg is ugly. Sorry, Cyberborg. But yeah, so here you can see this is the piece that screws in the keyboard, and then this is the piece that's in the top, middle, and bottom that helps it so that this moves. So it doesn't, it has like something to push it back. These are the glass pieces, and they talk about why they decided to go with tempered glass instead of acrylic or polycarbonate. And here's like the science behind like why they did it, or the explanation. So even forceful keycap presses don't generate a strong impact, and I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Yeah, these are the colorways. You guys are interested, and here's all the specifications. So, disclaimer, I would recommend buying a wrist rest if this is something you're interested in. Unless you're really, really good at hover typing, but I would recommend getting like a wrist rest of some sort. The case itself was like this. And you can lock it as well if you want. And it looks like they'll have exclusive keycaps and then switches. And then here's a wrist rest. Alu has the coin glass top cover, so just like the keyboard. Supporter of angle height adjustment, okay, and then a custom cable. So yeah, that's the board. There are a lot of things that they kept in mind when it came to making sure that there is no like harsh metal to metal, case to case feedback. Yeah, the case had room for the wrist rest, yes, because it's double layered. The bottom layer is where like the PCB plate, the glass, and all the extra stuff was, and then the top piece was for the keyboard. But it is expensive, so let's all keep it real. It is expensive. Would I buy the super expensive one? I don't know. It looks really cool. I think if that's like your aesthetic and this is like your end game, I could see someone buying it. But I do think that the style is very unique. The wrist dress is $125, right? Um, but yeah, I do think this is like a very niche keyboard. But in terms of like other really niche keyboards, so for example, like the Event Horizon, or I'd say like what, the Freya? Not the one by Angel, but the one by WS. Um it's like a certain aesthetic that some people want, and this hits that for sure. Um I would say yeah, the typing, it didn't have as harsh as the feedback, and they've also they've thought about a bunch of different ways to, you know, fix any like case resonance. So if you like this aesthetic, it is a really nice board. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a very nice board. But I do think it's like one of those unique boards that might not be for everyone. Can we see booty? Yeah. Here's booty. So this is the bottom piece. And then this you can see is on the keyboard piece. So it has two weights. And then this and this match the front badge and also the internal, right? So yeah, well, that's a board. That looks cool, yeah. I definitely applaud them for doing something unique. Like this is This is like one of the most unique boards I have built for sure. But yeah, I would class this as like functional artwork. Yeah. I definitely feel like well, actually never mind. I was gonna say like it's more art than it is keyboard, but I don't think so. Like I don't think that's a correct statement because the fact that they thought about like having two suspensions and then thought about all these like ways to dampen any like harsh feedback, I would say that this is more of a keyboard than an art piece, but it functions as both, so that's pretty cool. But it is expensive, so for those who were not able to get, quote, the event horizon, you could consider this one. Except it's a lot bigger. It takes up a lot of space, it's a lot heavier, and it's a lot louder, I would say. But yeah, that's the board. Um, Thank you, Click Clack, for sending it out to me. I'll have a video on this soon, but pretty cool board. I had a lot of fun building this. Um, yeah. Yeah, that's it.